Very good, very nice. You should not allow what you're attracted to determine the direction or the course of your life. It's very dangerous. Arriving. Breathing in. Breathing out. Arriving. Breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing in. Arrived at home. Breathing out. At peace. Breathing in. Arrived at home. Breathing out. At peace. Breathing in home. Breathing out peace. So how many people here have, you have a couch or you have kind of a comfortable seat at home? Everybody here have one of those? I like to share a little bit how you can find your meditation position. So anyway, sitting cross-legged like this can be quite comfortable and can allow you to be upright. And part of being upright is in your hips, right? So when your hips are like this, you can kind of be hunched over and hanging over. When your hips are like this, you're very upright and alert, right? Your spine is straight, so it helps you be alert and aware. And just sitting in any way cross-legged is okay, but you can also use a cushion underneath the back of your butt. And then you can take one leg and actually put it over the other. And this can help even more to be, for the hips to be forward. So you have this quality in this sense of being upright and alert. And that alertness, that wakefulness, that awareness, I find that really rewarding and really pleasant, really enjoyable. And then eyes are closed, eyes are open, not too important, but being aware. Allowing yourself, allowing the body, allowing the mind, allowing everything to be aware. So it's not just this body or this mind that's aware. Everything becomes aware. Everything is aware. We read a little bit in the teachings yesterday from the Zen master about how we have to make use of the teaching from the inanimate objects to be able to understand the mind of inanimate objects. And many Buddhist masters, they talk about the real meditation practice as being just like an inanimate object, being like a block of wood, being like a slab of concrete or drywall, being like a brick, still and aware, and not in a hurry to go anywhere or to do anything. This is also a teaching of stopping religion building, stopping the building of internal and external belief systems, and instead to arrived at home, in the here, in the now. And your ego, my ego, egos are out of control. Totally lost in the world of religious separation, the world of things. This is to not be lost or found in separation or in unity or in anything. Free of things, free of identities. Free of the usual way of doing things or the usual way of thinking. Oh, thank you so much. It's so beautiful. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So this is a really practical invitation. I consider myself to be a very practical person. So this is an invitation to 3 words: to abandon, to renounce, to detach, and to forgive everything, anything. Even if some people here are talking about, you know what I mean, like their life, the situation in their life that they have to deal with, that they have to work on, that they have to process through. What if you had cancer? Yeah, sometimes you have to be at the hospital. Sometimes you have to pay your bills. Feels that way, it seems that way. But in arriving here and now, there is spontaneously, instantaneously, automatically nowhere to go and nothing to do. This is our human right, our human birthright, you can say. Not to get into weird alien stuff, right? But this is our human birthright, to be aware, to be in the here, to be in the now, with nowhere to go and with nothing to do. 100%. But I was angry. But I feel I'm usually greedy. But I was delusional. I had a big situation. I got lost in the sauce. And yet, in the here and in the now, there is instantaneously and automatically nowhere to go and nothing to do. There's no practice to be done. There's nothing that needs to be done. Everything is already automatically, completely taken care of. 100%. But I thought this about you. But I thought that about that. But they thought that about me. But thoughts. Flush it. Flush the conflagration of thoughts down the toilet. Let it go. It's okay to do that. It's okay to completely let it go. But it's not you letting it go. It's not even letting go. It's just the way that it is. Already and totally and completely free, finished, resolved. So that's how we practice mindfulness and detachment, through the fullness of the completion of awareness as it is, seemingly. We tend to say, what made you do this? Are you allowed to do this? Are you allowed to do that? This isn't about making anybody do anything. This is just awareness doing nothing. Hi. as much as you can be open to the way that this is, not the way that you think about it, then this is totally beyond time and space. This is beyond the conventionality of time and space. This is beyond the conventionality of people, of situations, of experiences, of things. Beyond the conventionality of things. So it's not about getting our question answered. It's not about our idea, our story, our opinion, our complaint. It's not about being about anything. That reality, your mind, your life, that this is not about being about anything. Actually. So this is the relief of the awareness that is not about anything. This is the relief of recognizing or realizing the awareness that is not about anything. And there's a wisdom in that. Just like there's a wisdom in knowing that rainbows don't belong to lesbians or homosexuals or trans people or etc. So it's okay to wear a rainbow. But we're so I did have an interview before with Matan Evans. I did have an interview before with Kai Cenat. In a certain sense, in a certain way. But also, that's not me. So I can't say that that's not me, but I also can't say that that's me. Just like for you, the person watching at home, I can't say that you are me, but I can't not say that you aren't a part of me. So when we talk about what people have done in the past, or what we've done in the past, or what someone else has done in the past, it's more a matter of connection, pointing to connectivity rather than these particularities of blame or shame or praise or status, etc. It's actually what we're pointing to is connectivity. And what we're experiencing here is actually nobody experiencing anything, but rather just connectivity. Connectivity that's beyond connection and disconnection. And you know, when we think about the non-duality or the enlightenment or the Zen, we're talking about something that is supposedly, allegedly, it's a kind of an ultimateness in there, right? And I'm not saying that so that we can debate about it, but you know what I mean. We're not making our YouTube channels about potatoes, are we? So anyway, I'm not trying to debate about that, even though that's maybe something interesting to have a discussion about. I'm thinking about a non-duality friend named Alexis, who's a big non-duality kind of teacher persona and appearance, and that there's different languages. So any bit of not just being caught up in the words or the definitions, but also how words and definitions are used, how they convey different principles, different practices, different pointers or expressions of the emptiness of appearances, etc. You know, it's like if you follow non-duality, does it mean you're not allowed to use the toilet, that you have to kind of shit where you are? I know, I'm not supposed to say curse words and things like that, but yeah, Olaf, do you have my Discord? You have my Discord account? So what about WhatsApp? Why don't you just send me a message on WhatsApp? Keep it a little bit cleaner than Discord. Discord can get a little bit dirty. If I want to have a wife, I can have a wife. If I want to have a husband, I can have a husband, I guess. That the idea of me is just an idea, but that the idea of separation is empty. That you are no more me than I am you, that you are no more not me than I am not you. Because this separation doesn't actually exist in that way. It appears, there's an appearance of separation. There's an appearance of separation. Seems to be sometimes. Seems to be that there's an appearance of separation. And this is very literal and very direct, but this is the way that it is. Well, this is not as much a place to. This is not much a place to talk about things together. Talking about things together can be very confusing, especially when we're doing this mind to mind talking about things. It can be very confusing. So this is a matter of listening, of showing up and listening, because Olaf, this is my monastery. This is my meditation center. This is the place where I teach whatever it is that I seem to be teaching. So it's not in the words, it's not in the language, it's more like in the experience that the message seems to be conveyed of no appearances, or the illusoriness of appearances, the emptiness of appearances. To be clean and fresh and unbridled and unlimited and unrestricted and unbounded and untangled. That there's nowhere to go, that there's nothing to do, right to the core. The coreless core, the emptyless emptiness, the boundless boundlessness, the gateless gate. Stop trying. Start allowing. Stop trying. Start allowing. Stop trying. Start allowing. Don't make it a matter of believing. Don't make it a matter of thinking. Don't make it a matter of being convinced or understanding. Don't make it a matter. Matter is already matter, is it not? Matter is already matter, is it not? So let the mind be free of itself. As matter just is, let the mind just be as it is, just aware. We don't need to be or become at all. This is not a hippy-dippy mentality. This is just that the window is already open and the breeze is flowing through. The window is already open and the wind is blowing through. The wind is blowing open the window all the time. Stop trying to stop. Stop trying to get rid of pain. Stop trying to get rid of pleasure. Start allowing awareness to apply itself to everything as it already is. Just like the wind or just like space applies itself to everything as it already is. Space doesn't need anything to get out of the way. Space doesn't need anything to change. Space is change. Yourself or your ego or your identity is just changingness. And what you are experiencing right now is just you. Whether we like it or not, this is the way that it is already. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have anything to do with if we like it or not. This is already the way that it is. So start allowing it to be the way that it is. Start to allow the body to dissipate into space or dissipate into awareness. Mental pain oftentimes has a corresponding physical experience. So it's your animosity towards unpleasantness that perpetuates unpleasantness. I feel like I'm channeling Bahar a little bit here. But I'm not speaking from the perspective of an alien. I'm not speaking from the perspective of myself. It's just an appearance. It's just an appearance of someone speaking. Like a dream is an appearance of something happening, of some situation. No words can encapsulate it. No ways of thinking can hold it down or tie it down. This is not based in thoughts, nor is it based in words, nor is it based in itself. This is like a self-dissolving thing. So what is the thing that dissolves itself? That's you, that's me, that's everything. Everything is just a thing that constantly dissolves itself. But mostly the apparent people didn't realize that. They didn't see that the only things that exist are things that dissolve themselves. So what is the one thing that doesn't dissolve itself? Awareness. You don't actually need to breathe. You don't actually need to see. You don't need to hear. These are all just stories and beliefs and religions, internal religions inside of yourself. I need to see. I need to hear. I need to breathe. I need to think. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to do anything. And you can't do anything. You are not real. All right, we've got somebody calling in. Hello?
Howdy.
What can I do for you, sir? Where are you calling in from?
United States.
What state?
Virginia.
All right. Shout out to Virginia, everybody. Let's get some big W's in the chat for Virginia. What can I do for you, brother?
You have me at a disadvantage. I'm a little curious now where you're at.
Excuse me? What did you just say?
I said I'm curious where you're at.
What did you say before that?
You have me at a bit of a disadvantage now because
So this is not an disadvantage space. We don't believe in advantage. We don't believe in disadvantage. We don't believe in people. People don't actually exist. Things don't actually exist here. This is my meditation center. This is my monastery. This is my teaching place.
Well, that's perfect because I don't really need to know where you are or anything. I was more just interested in coming up and asking you about where you believe really.
So let's imagine a world using our imagination. Let's imagine a world where there is someone who doesn't believe in anything. What kind of person would that be?
Define anything. Do you mean
Anything. Potatoes, tomatoes, zimzaps, whip waps, jibbajahs, gimbus, jibidawamanes, everything, anything. Someone, imagine a world where there was someone in this world who didn't believe in anything. What would that person be like? What kind of person would that be?
Do they believe in at least their own existence?
So this is one of the best answers that we can receive in our lives. And we oftentimes think that this is like a failure, or we've missed out on something, or we've lost out on something. No. N-O. No to the entire belief structure. No to the entire ideology. No to every notion of self and other and this and that and etc., etc., etc. No. That's something that we've gotten right about the Fifth Amendment or whatever, or your house or property, etc., is that in some ways it says no. So this is just a teaching of no. No self, no thoughts, no ego, no identity, no world, no place, no situation, no experience, etc. Just no. And you say, what about my philosophy? What about my religion? What about the ideas and thoughts and the gotchas that I got in my pocket? What about the knife that cuts off the samurai's head? That's a little bit more realistic than our ideological, thought-based, dream-based way of living our lives. It's much more realistic. That's why a lot of our resources, a lot of our money goes towards war and towards technology to end other people's lives. It doesn't go towards people thinking about things. Thoughts, most of the time, are completely irrelevant. there's a very, very small period of time where thoughts have any importance or relevance. So the training here, the training in what we could call not needing to call anything, is to bring thoughts down to zero and to keep further thoughts from arising. Not to question unless invited to question, but to rejoice in the opportunity to listen closely and clearly. To nothing. The words and objects of mind that we give special importance to are basically bullshit, are basically nonsense, are basically garbage. Just like when we eat food, it basically just becomes shit. But we don't know how to work with shit most of the time. Some of us, we don't even know where to shit. And that means that we find ourselves covered in the shit of non-practical, complicated thinking almost all of the time. And then we're, well, why does this smell that way? We're wiping our shit all over everything. No shit, no thinking. No thinking, no shit. And that is a realistic place in which to take care of and to nurture and to work on the garden of the mind. And it gets a lot better than that. It's just, this is the song that I have to sing. This is the bell that I have to ring.
Are you talking about an internal bell or song or a physical bell?
Basically, that there's no right. There's no right that you have to understand anything. Just like there's no right for you to be alive. Reality, the universe, natural principles, scientific understandings, etc. There's no right for you to be alive. For you to be right, there's no right for you to be right about anything. There's no right for you to understand anything. There's no right for you to have an opinion about anything. Zero. No eyes, no ears, no tongue, no body, no mind. It's just zero. Not even one, not even two. Just zero, not even zero. But that's what we say. So a lot of what we're doing and a lot of how we're acting is based on this apparent ego that seems to have a right to all these different things, to have a right to hold on to this thought, to have a right to this certain kind of perception, to have a right to agreeing with this or disagreeing with this. And it's just nonsense. But it's not personal. It doesn't have anything to do with you personally or me personally. There is no you or me, actually.
I understand. I'm not taking offense at anything you're saying.
Yeah, so it's really a matter of great listening and great giving.
Yeah, and by zero you mean void.
No, zero, that's why it's also not zero, because it's not void. It's not anything that we can think of about it. Because there's not actually a we here that thinks about it. Just in the same way that there's not actually a tree that's separate from the earth. It's an appearance. It's a seeming so. It's religion versus science. Right? We have a religion of believing that trees or plants are separate from the earth. There's no such thing as a plant separate from the earth. Just like there's no such thing as a human being separate from the earth. We say, but look at that, the bell pod sent out its seeds. You're just a seed of the earth. You're not a star seed, you're an earth seed. You're going to get me into my rhythmic chanting modality. You're not a star seed, you're an earth seed. Mic drop. How could a seed be separate from the plant or the tree that it came from? That's just as ridiculous as thinking that separation exists at all. And in this post-scarcity situation where most of the time we have everything that we need without needing to even do anything to get it, there is nowhere to go. There is nothing to do. It's in an absolute sense and in a relative sense. There's nowhere to go, there's nothing to do. So the mental health problems and etc., are arising from separation and non-allowance, primarily. Grasping and fixating onto separation like separate thoughts and not allowing. Not allowing anxiety, not allowing the stomach to feel the way that the stomach feels, not allowing the body to feel the way that the body feels, etc. It's not really about should or shouldn't. The only should or shouldn't is that you should realize awareness. And that you don't have a right to like get a quick step up to understand it. That's why people love politics. People love politics and people love TikTok and people love social media, etc., because they get a quick, like a right to have value in relation to that thing, to be important in relation to that thing. And then, you know, there's more investment, there's more time to become like a master carpenter or become a doctor or become this or that, right? But for this, which is the highest and the greatest and the penultimate of everything, of nothing, of no higher or lower, you will never have relevance to it. You is like a shadow in the face of light. It just doesn't exist. You is like a shadow in the face of light. It just doesn't exist. So deep listening, deep sharing, practicing generosity, that's how human relationships can form and develop, etc. So this is not me trying to build an interpersonal relationship with anybody. This is just me giving. Go ahead, Moobs. We got another caller in. Moobs.
Hi, it's great to see you.
Where are you calling from, Moobs?
I'm calling from Virginia in America.
We got two Virginians over here. What's going on? Synchronicities? Go ahead,
Are you
Moobs.
from Virginia?
Okay. I've been there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question. I've heard this consistent metaphysical truth of like we're all the same thing. We're all derived from the same consciousness. Is that what you're?
No. No, that's not a good one. That's called equality without discernment. So you're from Virginia, right?
Yeah.
You're a white man, right?
Not really, but.
What are you? You Native American?
I'm an Arab guy.
You're an Arabic guy? Hold on, everybody. Sound the alarms. So are you equal to a white man?
Equal? I mean.
No, right?
No.
Are you equal to a black man? No.
No.
Are you equal to a Mexican man?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so this idea of we're all one is basically a spiritual retardation. That's the best way to say it. And you're smart for being skeptical about that. However, there is an apparent emptiness of appearances, right? So that, and this is also why we can get confused about that equality thing, because there's an emptiness of being a black man. There's an emptiness of being an Arabic man. There's an emptiness of being a white man, right? There's a kind of subtle pervading truth of everything being dissolving itself. so that every thought dissolves itself, so that everything is impermanent, right? So this kind of unity is actually interbeing or no self. So that there's not actually any separation for there to be a thing that is everything. There's no such thing as things. So kind of you can first go towards awareness and compassion, right? And then you can get into the wisdom or the insight that there's no thing to begin with. There's no such thing as things.
There's no such
Anything.
thing as things.
Yeah, there's no such thing as things. Especially that thing of there being no such thing as things. And especially that thing as there being no such thing as there being no such thing as things. Onward into infinitum, or you can cut the rope.
So what if there's no such thing as a thing, then what is there that exists?
Oh,
What is
nothing.
left?
No, there's nothing that exists. Or you can see that everything is appearing as nothing. Or nothing is appearing as everything.
What does that mean though, exactly? Because you and I are speaking to each other, and there's things that we see, you and I.
Well, it's kind of like, right, so it's kind of like, how is it fair that you're going to die? It's not fair, is it? In the world of fairness, you're not supposed to die or get sick or whatever. And yet it's very easy for you to die. So
Yeah.
we have to we have to step back from the notion of fairness to collaborate in this way of, we can call it mindfulness and detachment. So it's like the only problem that you have is your problem. The only problem that I have is my problem. If we can relax and release my and I and you and I, problemlessness becomes effervescently apparent. So all of our problems are transparent. Even the body being alive is transparent. So it's beyond duality, basically. It's not based in duality. It's not based in our ability to live our lives the way that we want to live our lives. So how can you be interested in something that's not based in your getting what you want out of life? And that's kind of the magic of this situation and the magic of just listening and being aware. If you try to understand, you will block yourself off. If you're in a hurry, you will block yourself off. Okay, it looks like we might have a gay Arabic man here. Hello? Assalamu alaikum. Okay, what can I do for you, my brown brother?
My language is different because of problem.
Well, let me share this with you then instead. We got a call coming in, everybody. Hello? Who's this?
Hello.
Who is this?
I'm calling from the YouTube stream, watching it with you.
Is this your first time calling in?
Yes, I'm a new person.
You're a new person and this is your first time calling in, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, tell me a little bit about yourself.
For sure. So my name is Steve. I'm from the state of California. I'm a white guy, and I was raised Christian.
Yeah. So what do you want? What do you want to do?
I actually had a question for you, something that I was thinking a lot about while watching your content. There was a quote that resonated with me, and I was wondering what you thought about it, and especially with your philosophy, at least the philosophy that you've been preaching. What is your opinion on this, on the expression that the universe, or we are the universe experiencing itself?
I don't think about it. You know, what came to mind is just enjoy your tea. And that basis of just enjoy your tea is probably more integral to the development of human society than any mathematics or science or anything else. As much as we know how to fixate, we have to know how to not fixate, how to drop fixation, how to abandon fixation. As much as we know how to grasp, hold on to this thing, hold on to my life, hold on to what's going on, we have to know how to step back and let go of that. That's when we get into these states of, apparently, these states of deep and meaningful absorption into awareness. You know? But it's, I mean, what are we looking for? We're looking for relationship. We're looking for value. We're looking for quality, right? We're looking for depth. So we just have to stay open, because when you're tired and you don't want to wake up, it doesn't matter where you live or what's going on. That's just what the situation is. So it's more that we're learning how to deal with the seasons of our lives together, concerned with awakening rather than concerned with politics or what have you. So in that way, it's a kind of community building.
Wow. When if it's being absorbed into, as you said, awareness, right? In Buddhism, there's an emphasis on doing good deeds, right? Good works, and helping other people and being kind.
Yeah.
What is the motivation in Buddhism to be kind to one another if we don't believe that anything exists?
Well, it's not really about not believing it that anything exists, because that's just another belief kind of thing. You know what I mean? That's
Right.
just going down the
Yeah.
belief train. It's more like, you know, if you're hungry, eat. If you're thirsty, drink, and that you don't need to think about it. So that there's so many things in our lives. There's so many aspects of what's going on that just we don't. There's no need to think about it. We just kind of think that there's a need to think about it. And, you know, it's like, if you want to eat a good cheeseburger, are you going to go to the place that has good cheeseburgers, or are you going to go to the place that doesn't have good cheeseburgers? So it's that there's a, so it's not about understanding cause and effect as much as it is about believing in cause and effect. Because that belief, or that sense of that's the way that it is has more efficacy in it than our way of understanding. Because we're human beings, we're monkeys on a rock. How are we gonna, what are we supposed to understand everything like super brainiac? You know what I mean?
Right. So it would be just a simpler lifestyle, I suppose, a far simpler one. Actually, the most simple. In fact, there wouldn't even be any simpleness.
Well, it's like, what is one of our biggest wants, right? We want freedom. So
Right.
you don't get freedom over there. You get freedom right here. And once you start orienting your life towards freedom, you can become skillful, apparently, at just being free. And it's not about your ego or the religion or the identity or this and that. It's just about being free. And then being, you know, having a good cheeseburger, etc., etc. And then when problems come up, you know, we make a complaint or we ask about it. But there's just a lot of values, and there's a lot of ideas in like the psychosphere of the modern world that just don't, they're not practical. They don't really apply to anything practical in terms of being free. Just consuming, just
So would
seeking.
you say the root of this, like the roots of even birth, death, and life, would be your thoughts? It's like a single thought.
It would seem that way, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would seem that way to me. And it's, and not just thought in the way that we think about it, but thought in terms of like anger or greed or delusion.
Right. These are the things that like move the world. Yeah.
But when we don't have this relationship with generosity, okay, it means that we're only in relationship with our egos. So that the way that we go outside of relationship just with our ego is by practicing generosity. By giving. It's like that, it's the corest thing about being a human being is generosity. is the willingness to give up what we hold on to. As deeply as you can, as practically as you can. It's kind of like when you practice generosity in that way. It's like you're taking on the position of being willing to be slapped in the face. And because life is going to slap you in the face, whether you like it or not. You're going to get slapped in the face. So being willing to be slapped in the face is a very powerful take.
I guess I'll ask this. So when hypothetically somebody reaches this, or I guess they attain, right? Zenity, you attain, and you liberate yourself from like the thoughts in your mind, and you're in a state of no mind, and so you're present. You're totally present. When I am to die, which is inevitably going to happen, when I am to die, do I not enter this same state inevitably anyways? At death? When my mind stops working?
So this, once again, we're getting into the realm of understanding cause and effect. It's impossible. It's like trying to understand a tree. And so there's a stupidity in trying to understand a tree. There's like an impossibility there. It's like trying to see a tree grow. You cannot. And then maybe there could be a being that could see a tree grow, but then you learn about the tree that's bigger than the tree that being can see grow. You see what I'm saying? And so it's not just in appearances. And that's the essential point, is that our life doesn't need to be based in appearances. Our life doesn't need to be based in our ego's interpretation of this and that, etc. It can be based in freedom. It can be based in awareness. And so this is a space that, facilitates that. Is it a Buddhist space? Is it non-dual? It's just dirty words. It's like pissing in the drinking water. Unnecessarily. So enjoy it and be beyond needing to enjoy it to be free from it, whatever it is, whatever it appears as. It is just appearing as itself, being nothing. It's so all appearances, my teacher uses this one, all appearances, all creations, right, are arising out of and returning back to ever new impermanent nature. So the nature is ever new, and all things that appear in it are impermanent. So they're not reliable.
So I would assume then that I was socially conditioned to have growing up as a Christian, like for example, about these beliefs and these ideas like salvation, salvation of the soul, very personal. And it's very, there's a lot of I's involved in it. That would be, you would say that would be something to let go of, that'd be egoic to an extent.
Well, it's that whatever this is, it can be used for making anything and everything better.
Okay.
So it's not about rejecting Christianity, it's just seeing the irrelevance of believing anything.
Right.
And so that can be applied to everything. That can be the lubricant for connection with or making use of anything.
And then I'll let you go. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
The question is, just as a Christian, out of pure curiosity, from a Buddhist perspective, what is the understanding of the teachings of Jesus? Like, do you see him as a enlightened person? Or
we don't know. We don't know because it's not a faith that emphasized that. That's why there's this kind of structural difference between Buddhism, and you can't really conflate like the Buddha with Jesus, because the Bible is a compendium of collections and stories, etc., that primarily don't emphasize the teachings of Christ. Right. So you can maybe if you wanted to know more about that, look into the Catholics. Look into the Catholics and look into the saint traditions, because these were contemplative people who were informed by as close to the teachings of Jesus, etc., as you can get, and then went into that deep prayer practice and that deep relationship with God, and then shared the teachings of that. So American Christianity is kind of like a badly transplanted plant. So it's just going back to Catholicism, really. And there's even been modern Catholic monks, Christian Catholic monks that are, great meditators and great, experiencers of being deeply in relationship with God. There's a lot of things that most Christians just don't know about in terms of Christianity and the history of like Christian mysticism, etc. So you can look in that direction, but you can also, in being here, being concerned with like my work and what I share, just not needing to seek and allowing that to be a place of being in relationship with God.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, everybody. We were so yeah. So friends, we do have some calls coming in through WhatsApp, and that means that the only people that are able to hear that are the people that are watching through the YouTube live stream. People that are watching through the YouTube live stream. So if you're watching on TikTok, I would definitely recommend you hop over to the YouTube live stream if you're interested in being here and participating, so that you can get a better, more meaningful experience. But I'm glad you can hear me now. So you are welcome to call in, to ask your questions, to get connected. But there's also a lot of information generally through my TikTok, previous videos, and things like that. You shouldn't struggle to understand doing good. So that there are like basic principles, not to give special importance to them, because if everyone here, look at the room that I'm sitting in right now, okay? You see? So how about if everybody was sitting right here, right? They're sitting here and looking up at me on my throne of irrelevance. If you have to use the toilet and you tell me, you say, Dr. Rob, Mr. Monk Life Meditation, I have to use the toilet, not just that, but I actually have to defecate. There's no need for me to give you a sermon about, the shit in your mind is the shit in your hand or whatever. But rather just over there. Now, you can begin a process of debating or questioning about what's the point of going over there when I can just shit here, or when everything cancels out. So there's a practicality about it. There's a practicality to me being a teacher, your teacher, and that I have to have a place to stay. I have to have a place to live, right? I have to have money to buy food and to pay for internet and to pay for the technology and the resources that allow me to facilitate these teachings. So this puts us in a place of not cultism, but just practicality. So when there is a crying baby and I say, don't hit that baby, there's nothing to be explained there. There's nothing to be justified there. There's nothing to be debated about there. And so it's a question of how deeply do we want to get involved with what's here. And as deeply as you get involved with what's here, you will become skillful in being in relationship with what's here. And that can be very obtuse for a lot of people because we can seem to lead very disassociated lives from working with the earth or working with the natural materials. Everything is always synthetic, right? Synthetic air conditioning, synthetic, what we see, right? We're watching synthetic screens. What we hear, we're listening to synthetic music, synthetic sounds, etc. What's more important? Having a name of a song that has to do with peacefulness, or going more deeply into the peacefulness within yourself right here and now? What's more valuable? What's more precious? Fans are also synthetic air conditioning. Just because someone looks different doesn't mean that they're worse than you or not as good as you, etc. Spirituality and being awakened and being realized and being wise or having access to peacefulness has nothing to do with smoking weed or doing drugs. Forgive definitions. Forgive defining. Forgive understanding. Instead of seeking for something else, allow what is already here to be complete, to be finished, to be resolved. Allow what is already here to resolve itself, to be enough. To be enough is just to be. And just to be is free of me. Even free of free. Okay, TikTokers, if you would like to continue following along with our live stream, you'll need to join over on the YouTube channel. We're live over there with almost 50 viewers. The channel name is Monk Life Meditation, same as here on TikTok. Smell you later. Instead of trying to understand, instead of trying to figure out, Bree, we're supposed to have a meeting with your daughter, right? Is your daughter willing to meet me? And remember, it doesn't matter what it is, it's okay. But as much as we personally try to make it be a certain way, we're lost. Because it is already the way that it is. Totally and completely. And that has to be okay, because that is the way that it is. Hello? Hello? What are you doing? Hello, hello? Hey, come, come, come. Come here, come here. Wow, very sweet. Oh, come here. Would you? Oh, hello. Oh, Stinky. Stinky, baby. Roll, 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 roll. And so you can see for a lot of people there's a kind of underlying horribleness, an underlying vileness, an anger, a greed, a frustration that they're just waiting for an excuse to give out, to offer out. And this is meant to be kind of to heal that within ourselves, right? But you can't heal how stinky you are, can you? Very stinky, very stinky. You have to release it just as much as you hold on to it. You have to release it just as much as you hold on to it. So if you have a child or you're a businessman or whatever, there's going to be a lot of holding on. So there needs to be a lot of active releasing as well. And if your meditation practice is this kind of concentrating your attention in the body, contracting the awareness into the body, there's going to be a lot of negative side effects of that. Right? So a monk or someone who's just on their own, they may not have to practice that releasing or that giving out as vehemently as someone who has these responsibilities. Yeah, I haven't been back to America for a few years now, a couple of years, maybe almost 2 years, right? Kushida, 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 kushida. Because once you go back to America, it's expensive to then come back to Asia, and just be where you are. I'm just going to be where I am. What's there to miss about America? So, Olaf, that's a good question. No, go back, go backwards. A lot of times we think we're going forwards, but in terms of awakening or recognizing awareness, we're actually going backwards and unnecessarily going backwards. So, releasing awareness out of the body, I can give you some techniques, Olaf. All right? So one technique, which is, it's this, and also it's this as a kind of walking meditation, is to stand up to stand up and kind of widen out and to give all of the attention in the body, give all of the awareness or the energy in the body, give it out, offer it out. Release out, flow out, give out everything that's contracted, everything that's constricted in the body, just give out. Open out the eyes, widen out the ears, everything. Now, it can be a little bit difficult to get that point, so what you can do is actually you can take a water bottle, or any plastic water bottle, any kind of water bottle, and this is for everybody, this is for anybody. And you can also walk like this. Right? You can walk with the hands that make a lot of karma, just like we can also make a lot of karma when we try to meditate. We're very intentional actions, right? So open up the hands. Open up those karma-making hands and walk out. And you can use the word, you can use the mantra, everything, to help give out and release out and offer out. Everything. You can take a water bottle and combine that with this so that you're holding like this and then you're pouring out that water bottle slowly. You're giving out the blessing of forgiveness. You're giving out the blessing of irrelevance. The body is irrelevant. The mind is irrelevant. All things are irrelevant. Irrelevant of themselves. So you're pouring out like that. And you can walk that way as well. Practice to walk that way. Karma is just cause and effect. Karma is just intentional actions. Yeah, feel and give out the generosity. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, baby. Bye-bye, baby. Toot, toot, toot.
She needs some time.
Yes, yes.
Nói một 2 giờ 45 mà sao bây giờ mới về? Không chị chưa mà em không ăn cơm nữa. Không có giờ cũng vậy.
Oh, of course, yeah. Luck is just karma. Luck is just cause and effect. You ever noticed when you are doing good things seem to happen to you? And then the moment that you start to do a bad thing, that's when a bad things start to happen to you. It's like when you create badness in your internal world, somehow the external world knows that and it comes to knock on your door and pull your card. You ever notice that or experience that? And anyways, the world will pull your card one way or another because you're going to die. You're attached to your body, you're attached to your mind, you're attached to the way that things are. And things are change, right? Things are empty of not changing. So, which I spilled sugar. Come over here and eat the sugar, puppy. So be ready for the change, be ready for the loss. Be ready for your ego to not have a hold of this. Well, I think this is one of the wrong ideas that people get about spirituality or enlightenment, whatever that is that your shit's not going to stink anymore. So, for me, however enlightened or not enlightened I am or am not, I feel fine enough right now, but I still have to pay bills, or I have to take care of my life, financially. I have to deal with the pain of the body, or the pain of different expectations, different ideas that people get, or energies that come into me and go out of me, right? I'm not just completely in control of the world or the universe. So the body is going to go through pain. It's like if I feel tired, I feel tired. There's not this perfect, you could try to smoke opium all day, but look how that works out, you know? So if I was sitting here smoking opium here in Vietnam, I'd probably, everything's good. But there's a side effect of that also. So it's ups and downs, it's lefts and rights. So we learn to make use of anything and everything, kind of unconditionally, freely, to make use of anything and everything. Yeah, the toilets and the temples still smell. Don't worry too much about what I've done. Worry about what you've done. Because we're always wanting more. We're not making use of what's already available and what's already on offer. And in that way, we're very unfair. We take and we take and we take, and then we want more. And then we make some kind of reasoning in our ego, well, how dare they not answer my question? We can be like that. We tend to be like that. So it's just like when we hear the beautiful sounding music, and then, what's that album? What's that song name? Go over there and find me what that song name is. You're missing out on the opportunity to know me directly and to know nobody directly, to know yourself directly. This is just you. This is just an appearance of you. And if you look closely enough at you, you will see that you doesn't exist. I've just noticed that. I've just realized that. Like, let's say you have an alcohol problem, and then you haven't drinking alcohol for a week or a month, and life is just going normally, and of course it sucks because you're not getting drunk, you're not feeling that pleasure. Life is just going on and going on. And then somehow one night you get into drinking, you get into alcohol. And somehow the next morning is when somebody comes knocking on your door to ask you where the rent is, or to ask you, to come help with something or do some kind of responsibility. And so it's interesting in those two ways, right? Because in one way you've made yourself unready for it, and in the other way it seems like that came out of you not being ready for it. So allow this as it already is to be your excuse. Your excuse to give, your excuse to let go, your excuse to meditate, your excuse to be free of anything and everything. Most importantly, to be free of yourself. To be free of trying to be free. Why don't you come up here, huh? There's no such thing as evil people. You do good, good happens. You do bad, bad happens. Instantaneously, it's like lightning. So, okay, we know about the age of the earth. We know about the age of our Mother Earth, right? So many billions of years or whatever. Now, how long have human beings been on the earth compared to how old the earth is? Basically, a very small period of time. Is that right or not right? Is that true or not true? Compared to the age of the earth, human beings have been on the earth for a very, very small period of time. Now, compared to how long human beings have been on earth and your own lifespan, that's a very, very small period of time. Now, compared to your own lifespan, to this moment, or to this day, or to this hour, it better be a small period of time, right? We don't want to die anytime soon. So actually, we don't know what's going on. Reality is only the way that we think reality is. In any way, in every way, it doesn't matter what science you back up your thoughts with, in the way that you think about it. That's the only truth that's in it. That's the only reality that's in it, in the way that you think about it. In the way that reality actually is, we have no conceptual or cognitive capacity to be in relationship with that in a real way. Just don't know. Just don't know. Go straight. Just don't know. It's okay. Chip, chip. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Just do it. Just shut up and do it. If you don't know how to do it, let me know, and I will try to help. Do what? Be free. Drop suffering, drop seeking, drop the dropping itself. Aware of awareness. If you can't be aware of awareness, be aware of breathing. And whatever pain or suffering you feel as you're aware of breathing, offer kindness and awareness. Offer kindfulness. To what already is without trying to make something more, or without trying to feel something in particular. We're so used to trying to feel something in particular that we've lost our connection to just feeling and just being aware. Not even aware, not even just being, no being, no just, no, no. Oh, wow. If all that you can feel is pain, if all that you can feel is suffering, listen and give kindness and awareness. Give everything to awareness of what already is, as it is already. You can make an offering of awareness with kindness to all dimensions of the mind, all aspects of the body, everything. Widen out, give out, bless out awareness, everything. 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 Any questions about your meditation? If you can't focus on breathing anymore, then just focus on the pain. And I think a better word for focus is to be willing to be with the pain with kindfulness, with kind awareness. Meditation is all about willingness, willingness to allow, willingness to open, willingness to listen, willingness to just be. You have to be very patient. You're not really going to get anything from it. So practicing meditation as a way of being without trying to get anything. Can you do that? Keep trying to not try. That's why it's good to have a garden. You can see for yourself that the fruits don't come from trying. They come from being with and taking care. We try this way for a little bit. We try that way for a little bit. Intuitively, we see for ourselves what works and what doesn't. naturally. Open out, give out everything. Hello? Do you have apartment rental? How about for 1 month? How much? Zalo is okay, but not this number. I tell you the phone number for Zalo, okay? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Homelessness is a good teacher. Hello, do you have an apartment? How much 1 month? How much? Just one, just for one room. Yeah. Uh, it's it's not this number. Can I tell you the number? You can write down because I cannot send text message this number from this number. So it +1 443 987 987 6521. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Don't be obsessed with assuming up opinions and meanings and being deluded to them. Don't be obsessed with assuming up thoughts, opinions, and meanings and being fixated on them. Thoughts, opinions, and meanings are empty. Never grasp for the one who makes them up. America. Cheryl, it seems like you're probably schizophrenic. So it's the same for a schizophrenic or someone who is not schizophrenic, not to fixate, not to grasp onto thoughts or appearances or on ideas, on beliefs. If you have the notion of a self, you grasp a hold of the idea of being someone, etc. Oh, there's no you to do anything at all. So defending what you've done or what you haven't done is just an illusion, just an idea, just another thought. If you cannot stop believing in thoughts, if you cannot bring thoughts down to zero, then this will be very unnecessarily confusing for you. This is not what you think that it is. This will never be what you think it is. Simply because you believe something, or simply because you believe something, doesn't mean that it's true. Many people are schizophrenic. It's very normal. And there's a lot of truth to the saying that unless you're enlightened, you're basically schizophrenic. Just maybe in ways that are more socially acceptable or more sustainable in the appearance of getting what you want or avoiding what you want to avoid. People say, well, I have a good job and good relationships and I live a good life. So, you know, how could I be schizophrenic? How could a tree exist separately from the earth? So it's just this notion of separation that leads us to a lot of confusion, a lot of weird ways of thinking and being that cause suffering. Weirdness is like causing suffering. Who wants to suffer? Hi, Daniel.
What's up, my guy?
Yeah, how you doing?
And I just asked to call.
Is this your first time being on this live stream?
No, actually been joining the live streams like in and out for the last 2 to 3 months.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm the person that normally spends months like never thinking, never thinking.
Yeah, sure. It's good.
But yeah, I'm calling today. 'Cause I want to ask Gus meditation. Like, what is the best meditation I can do to kind of reach a state of yeah,
What?
I said, what is the type of meditation I can do today of less thoughts?
Hmm. Do you go to the gym? You like to work out?
Yeah.
So if you go to the gym and you like to work out, then there's that question, like if I called you and I said, what's the best exercise for my biceps or the best exercise for my glutes or things like that, right? Then it would make sense
Yeah.
because I go to the gym. But if you don't go to the gym, then there's no best exercise. You see what I'm saying? The best exercise is just to go to the gym. And so going to the gym for meditation is just being aware.
Just being
Just being aware, just being in a state of awareness right now. So if you, for example, if you can watch the live stream and then you're listening, it can be very entertaining. It can be very involving. You know what I mean? Stimulating.
yeah.
And so going to the gym for meditation is that in the face of that stimulating, you're just breathing and listening. You're just being aware. You're practicing this way of being uninvolved and being aware. So
Definitely being aware of my
yeah. And then the screen kind of calls out to you, right? It says leave a comment or read a comment or have an opinion, right? And so the practice then is to pull the awareness back and to just abide, just to be in awareness without being pulled that way. And then even if you do get pulled that way and then you do leave a comment or whatever, stepping back and being aware. It's just like going for a walk, or it's just like having a cup of tea. You can't really enjoy it. You can't really appreciate it for life if you can't just step back and be aware. And so when we step back and be aware, thoughtlessness is very accessible, but we get pulled into that thought, we get involved with that thought. And then so once again, we can step back and be aware, be aware. But the reason that we have difficulty in this is because we have an internal religion of I, of self, like you're you and I'm me. And so that constantly gets us wrapped up in confusion and wastes a lot of energy. So just dust off the notion or the idea of you and I and self, of you meditating, and just be aware and just be mindful. And when you get involved with something, just step back and aware.
wow, that's a great answer, man. Wow. Is that could you say it's the same thing with attachments too? Like being overly attached to like suffering, the outcomes, etc., etc.
Well, that attachment, it takes a form of a desire, of a wanting, of a seeking, right? And at a
Yeah.
very base level, there's like this biological desire to be alive or to be successful, to live where you want to live or to do what you want to do, etc. And so that seems to keep popping up again and again. But in just stepping back and being aware, it's very accessible to see, to feel, to experience that there's nowhere to go and there's nothing to do. That's only possible because there's nobody here to begin with. So the idea of somebody is just like an idea, and it's like an idea of separation or an idea of having a contract with the world. So to really meditate, to practice like this natural meditation is to rip up the contract that you have with the world.
Rip off the contract I have with the world. Um, I really need to think about that. I need to think on that quote.
Well, it's it's the quote to help you to not think, to not you, right? All that youing is what causes all the problems.
You know, I'm just gonna. It's 10 a.m. for me. I'm just gonna sit down and be aware of things.
Yeah,
Just sit there.
try it out. It won't work. It won't work, and that's the problem. That's the seeming problem is we want this thing to work. But there is no work. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to accomplish, there's nothing to fix. So that just nothing, just aware, just being, breathe with that, don't think on that thought of no thought. Think about not thinking.
Would you say that's the best mindset to have, like, socially? Because I do want to live a successful life, like in every area of life, when it comes to money, relationships, etc., etc. Like, would you say that's the best mindset to have?
Well, there's no such thing as a best. Best doesn't
Okay.
actually exist because you get the idea of best and then everything, what's the best body? Well, the best body is the body that doesn't die, but that body is already dying. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you can get more access to fluidity, and when you train in that way of not thinking or bringing thoughts down to zero and allowing not thinking to stay there, right? It means that you're less egotistical. You can operate from this place of sharing and caring and listening and playing rather than being in control or being in this state of believing, this state of like you go around believing what people say or you believe this idea about this situation like this is a better place, this is a worse place. Actually, this is just as it is right now, and this is everything.
I literally have that problem right there. I'll always believe in my first thoughts, believe in what other people say. I do want to become fluent.
It doesn't mean it doesn't mean that you debate with them or you reject what they say or you like believe the opposite. It just means that you're in a state of awareness that doesn't depend on believing. Being in a state of awareness that doesn't depend on believing because I can just see that that's the way that it is. This is the way that it is. And what am I there to do? Well, hopefully I'm there to do good and to help others or to be at peace within myself. You know what I mean? What should we do? Well, we should be generous. We should help others. We should do a lot of good things to bring benefit. But what do we need to do? We don't need to do anything. We don't even need to be alive. There's no body, there's no mind, there's no self, there's no ego that needs to do anything. So it's like an openness. It's like a window that we're trying to open or trying to close that is already open or closed. So whichever way you turn to make it be a different way, it is already the way of not being any particular way. So your life is already not any particular way. That applies to the greatest peaks of success and also the lowest pits of anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, being ugly, being disabled, whatever.
Oh, wow.
So it's like, I don't have to be a spiritual teacher, or I don't have to be a monk guy, or I don't have to have some special understanding. And the same goes for you because it is already this way.
How long have you been practicing this?
Well, apparently more than 10 years, but there's not actually anybody to practice anything fundamentally. Just like there's no such thing, very, very simple, as if it was like in a kid's show or a kid's YouTube short or something. There's no such thing as a tree that's separate from the earth. So your meditation could be that you look at a tree and you see how you can see that tree as being something that's separate. And then remembering that there is no separation, that it just is. So there's an isness in the seeing, there's an isness in the hearing, there's the isness in the feeling. that's not based on anybody thinking anything. So it's
Oh, I get what you, I get what you mean.
it's a lot less about somebody being a certain way than we think that it is. And that somebody is we mainly focus on ourselves, but the somebody, you can be responsible for other people as well, seemingly. And if you can't let go of your thoughts about those other people, you can't actually be with the isness that those people are just expressions of, even if it's your wife or your partner or your son or your daughter or whatever. And so this is why seemingly a lot of mental health issues and a lot of sicknesses and a lot of problems arise, because we're fixating on and we're attaching to and we're getting involved, and all of that is just creating this you and this I that's like an illusion, like a mirage that we're going towards because we're thirsty. We feel like we're thirsty. But that thirst is also the sense of self. So if you can be thirsty but not be moved by being thirsty, there it is.
I can't wait to go back onto the live stream and actually write down a lot of this. This is a lot of gems.
Yeah.
Well, Monclass, thank you so much for this short little call. I said to myself, no more thinking, let me just call and see what happens. And I've learned a lot,
I appreciate you, brother. It's good to hear your voice.
bro. Thank
All
you,
right.
man. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, take care. Hey, Humble, welcome. Forgive him and practice meditation. Nobody is more in control of your experience than you, whether you like it or not. Oh, you. Oh, moment of it, 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 oh, moment of it, 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 oh, moment of it, 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 moment of it. Relax. There's a lot to be grateful for. It's just we get so stuffy and so grumpy and so twisted into our entanglement and our attachment and our, our sleepiness, our grogginess, our frustration, our restlessness, our doubt about our own capacity to be free, that we don't see how much there is to be grateful for, how much there is to appreciate and to make use of in this moment. This is your life. This is your life. Not in the stories that you tell, the ideas that you have about self and other, but this is your life right here and now. Everybody's trying to sell us something. Everybody's trying to get us to believe something. And you know what? You're the one who's doing that most of all. You're trying to sell yourself something. You're trying to get yourself to believe in something. What if there's nothing to buy? What if there's nothing to sell? What if there's nothing to believe in? And then what? We're supposed to be mean? We've lost, by and by, seemingly, we've lost our connection to our root, to the root of the mind, to the essence of the mind, which is non discriminatory awareness, non differentiating awareness. No picking or choosing, no place, no time, no situation. Come over here. Hello. It's very sweet baby. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It's okay. Shoop, shoop, shoop. It's okay. I see you just a little bit scared. Acha, I try. I try. It's okay. It's okay. No, I don't dream my YouTube when I'm asleep. Itch. It's just a stupid question. Wub wub. Just a stupid question. Just like that's a good thing to do, that's a bad thing to do. Right, but even though it's genuine, there's a lot of stupidity in that question. Even though you genuinely do something good or genuinely do something bad, what are your intentions, or what are the effects of that? You know what I mean? Because there's no such thing as monks. It's just like there's no such thing as black people. If you go to Africa and you say, "What are all the black people doing here?" That's just ridiculous. Or why do all the black people act like this? It just doesn't make any sense. There's no such thing as black people. There's no such thing as generalizations. Thinking, thinking, thinking. Stop thinking. Because when we don't know how to stop thinking, our thoughts are having control over our own awareness and our own capacity to use thoughts. This experience as it is, the seeing, the hearing, the feeling of the body, the presence, can you feel, can you experience the presence, the awareness of your room, of where you are, of the inside of your body? It's like we have conspiracy theories. So everybody who attaches to thoughts is wrong, because thoughts are temporary. You can't hold on to thoughts. You'll go crazy if you try to hold on to thoughts. Yes, yes, yes. This doesn't make sense. And that's what this is about. This is not about making sense. This is not a business. Stinky dog. It's not easy or difficult. And it doesn't have like a practical usage in general. So this is something that you may think that you're interested in, but you're not actually interested in this, because this is free of you. It's free of your story, it's free of your possessions, it's free of your identity. It's free of your PlayStation 5. You lose. I mean, this is about losing everything that you have. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You know, this is like playing a game for you to lose, for the purpose of you losing. Who wants to do that? And how far you want to take that practice and that process of losing, that's how far you will not be getting anywhere or going anywhere. It doesn't mean that we can't plant a garden. It doesn't mean that we can't start a meditation center. It doesn't mean we can't get advice or things like that. Um, but that's not what it's about. You know, would it be nice? Would it be nice to be a millionaire? Would it be nice to be a billionaire? And, you know, dream up these kinds of situations and experiences. Maybe it would be nice, maybe it wouldn't. That's not your experience. And even if you had $1 million and $1 billion and people listen to you and this and that and this and that, it still all comes back to the one, to the zero, to this experience as it is. And you say, oh, that's just a cope because you don't have a yacht. This is more valuable than value. This is more poignant than poignancy. This is more relevant than relevancy. This is more than more itself. This is less than less itself. And hey, go out there, become a billionaire, become a millionaire. Just don't forget about little old Mr. Rob, Dr. Rob. We're sensitive. And if we don't open up to our own sensitivity in the here and now, it's going to be a difficult and confusing life, not just for ourselves, but also for others, also for the people we care about. That sensitivity is our freedom. That sensitivity and that openness. you know, it's where we don't allow our egos to be out of control. Hello, Chippy. It's okay. Hello, Chippy. Yes, hello. Chewy, chewy, chewy. Your friend, right? That's your friend. Oh, it's not. It's not real. Because it's story based, because it's separation based. The reality is in the freedom from freedom itself, from words, from conceptuality, from stories. Yeah, it's good. Not to be in a hurry. It's okay. It's good. Mm. There is no Dr. Rob. It's like if you were watching a movie or you were watching a TV show and you thought that James Bond was real. You can't ask James Bond a question because he's just not he's not real. So that seems like a disaster. We're missing out on something or whatever, but you know, it's actually not that big of a deal. It's actually a kind of gift. The unreality of appearances. You can't understand it. Yeah, you can't acquire it. You just like you can't live forever. The same, the equal to that. You can't you can get enlightened as much as you can live forever. It's not possible at all. It's not worth discussing or investigating or looking into. And when we try to do that, we miss out on what's actually here and, deepening that understanding intuitively and naturally. So people get worked up about these ideas of, implanting our consciousness into a computer or something like that. Modern science has no idea what consciousness is at all, other than cause and effect, other than electrical signals, other than just materiality. And how unskillful are we of making use of materiality to have all of our basic needs met and the planet's basic needs met? We're very unskillful in that. Doesn't matter how big you build that skyscraper, there's people who don't have access to clean water and to food and to shelter. So we've become skillful at blowing smoke up our own rear end. And what that means is that we look for other people to blow smoke up our rear end. So for me, in my spiritual life being my life as a whole, I'd like to make that happen through generosity, not through selling my time or selling my advice or whatever. But that also is just an illusion, just like a dream. Tomorrow is a dream based on yesterday that misses out on how direct and how clear this present moment is. Don't miss out on how clear and direct this present moment is. This has nothing to do with being drunk or intoxicated in some way. This is just to be aware, to prioritize awareness over everything else. Generally. But there's not actually anybody to do that. So it's a kind of a get out of jail free card for your own ego, for your suffering. How about that? Well, this is also the thing is that there is no this. It's like trying to find space in space. You've already found it. You've already got it. But you haven't got that there's no you to get it. But as much as there's a you, you've got it. There's not a you at all, so tough luck. Probably, but what do you care, Global? What's it got to do with you? She was kind of ugly. Didn't I give you homework to do? You haven't done your homework and you're expecting to get the good grade. How is it possible? Home on my home. She was kind of ugly. You have to go and see Master Yonghua or go and see Seattle Ashen Otamatara in LA. See? See, that's when we get there's nobody to do anything, when we've got to do our homework, right? That's a really good, wonderful question, Global Elite. I would say a Dharma talk a day keeps the ego away, or it keeps the ego in the work of dissolving itself. So, Global Elite, this is the name that I recommend for you. This is a doctor. This is beyond a doctor. Thich Nhat Hanh. Go to YouTube, type in that name, and listen. And if you can or you like to, you can experiment. You can listen when you're laying down. You can listen when you're going for a walk. This is no joke. I mean, I know people say you're just some guy streaming on YouTube, why do you expect me to listen to you? Who do you think you are to give me some kind of prescription? And I agree with you. Take care of it yourself, you know what I mean? Isn't that what everybody says? Don't expect me to pay your bills. But if I had to help, if I had to offer, if I had to give, I would give the Dharma. I would give the Dhamma. Tell that to an Irishman when he's hungry that there are no potatoes. You'll get your ass kicked. So then you can use the mantra of there's no ass to be kicked while you're getting your ass kicked. Let me know how it works out for you. It's interesting. There's an interestingness about being alive. There's an interestingness about having eyes to see. There's an interestingness about hearing. And it's more interesting than the stories that we tell about ourselves and the world. So allow yourself to go into that interestingness. Everything is going to fall apart. Everything is falling apart. And looks like my wig should arrive tomorrow. So we're going to be opening up the next chapter of the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel tomorrow. No true, no false, no above, no below, no non-duality. Say no to non-duality. No is non-duality. And don't listen to she was kind of ugly. He's the guy who doesn't do his homework. So if you copy his answers, might not work out. Yeah, so that's why global, you have to try a little bit more and try to do it laying down. Try to do it when you're going for a walk, go out into nature, or stop trying and just be here and just listen. You know what I mean? Because this is a place where you don't have to be anybody. You don't have to be anybody here. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to go anywhere. So this is the wonderful resource of emptiness in the here and now. The wonderful resource of not needing to seek, not needing to figure out, not needing to manage, not needing to control, just allowing. You can also try a little bit of a song. You can sing a song with me. Okay? It's quite easy. The first lines are breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing out. Because it's going to take some time for you. It's like when you wake up and you're tired. You know that even though you're tired, you have to get up. If you feel that way, right? And through that getting up, you break out of that tiredness. And you might use coffee or you use this or you use that. But really, the breaking out of that tiredness, it doesn't depend on anything in particular. It's just a way of being free of or being released from that identity of what you're used to, of your judgment, of your involvement. And all talks are not created equal. If you're an American, you have a total lack of connection to the science of bringing thoughts down to zero. You have a total lack of connection to the science of keeping further thoughts from arising. You have a total lack of connection to the science of reflecting upon serenity, reflecting upon awareness, like a bubble that needs to be popped, but our pointer has become very dull, so we can't pop the bubble of ourselves. But how can you pop the bubble of yourself? So there's kind of a contradiction. We're learning to break through contradictions. We're learning to just be aware. I desire that. I want to go in that direction, but I don't have to. I can just be aware. I don't like that. I want to avoid that, but I don't need to. I can just be aware. So let I become just being aware. Allow I to become just being aware. And through that, a kind of preciousness of anything and everything becomes more available to you. The preciousness of seeing, the preciousness of hearing, the preciousness of being, the preciousness of breathing, the preciousness of walking. I don't have a job, I don't have a career, but if I did have a job and if I did have a career, it would be this. Why do we need to focus so much on making money? Everything that you need is already. If you didn't already have everything that you need, you wouldn't be watching this live stream. So this is to notice, or this is the job of noticing that everything is already fulfilled, everything is already satisfied, everything is already finished, everything is already resolved through awareness. Where is living? Is living in a story? Is living in the past? Is living in the future? Or is living right here and right now? And if you want to get involved with my business, what I ate last night or something like that, why? So this is a kind of false curiosity. It's a curiosity of just wanting something to chew on. And when you're compulsively chewing like that, you're going to grind all your teeth down to zero. Your capacity to take a bite, your capacity to have a deep and meaningful experience, your capacity to really be involved is going to be wasted on just chewing for the sake of chewing. Oh, life is that deep. You're going to die, buddy. You are going to die. It seems that way, doesn't it? It seems that money buys this and money buys that, but not in terms of how things seem to be. How about tuning into the way that this is right now that's not based on thoughts? How about tuning into the way that this is right now that's not based on thoughts? So that is awareness. And to recognize that awareness, to realize that awareness is liberation. Now we say everybody's going to die, but not you. We say everybody's going to die so we can get out of the fact that you're going to die and that you could die at any time. No, money doesn't buy happiness. Happy people don't end their own lives. Happy people raise happy children. And the highest happiness is actually peace. And you don't need money to be at peace. And in the same way, even if you have money, you may not be at peace. So modern Americans modern American men have grown up without mentorship, without leadership, without meaningful experiences, and without going through any rites of passage. And being kind of taught and indoctrinated that it's completely fine to waste your time as long as there's money at the end of the rainbow. Would you not be a better person if all of those years spent in school would have been spent engaging in meaningful activities with well-minded, well-rounded mentors, being a part of community, learning to actually to build, learning to serve, learning to help, learning to regulate your emotions, learning to give, learning to listen. So we've kind of got we've gotten a sour deal. We're looking for the easy way out. But this direct experience that's not based on thinking doesn't have anything to do with what's easy or what's difficult. There is no easy way out. You can ordain, you can become a Buddhist monk. I mean, you can join a community, you can be a volunteer. There's a lot of things that you can do. But the reason that you want to do that is because life as it is right now isn't ideal. And you think that if you go to become a monk or you go to this place or that place, that life is somehow going to be ideal, that there's something ideal over there waiting for you. You have to find the way of non-ideation in unidealist direct experience of here and now. You have to basically begin the process of dissolving your own life through living, through being here and now. People reach out to me and they say, okay, I want to become a monk, can you recommend me a monastery or something like that? it's not that I can just recommend you a monastery. I can tell you where to go and buy your ticket there for you if it came down to it. If you were a good candidate, if you were serious about that, if you were ready for that. But most people are not ready because of what I've just described. They're looking for an ideal situation. The situation that you're already in is ideal in that it is illusory. And if you want to learn from me, then just come here and listen and be. Share deeply, listen deeply, and leave it at that for a while. Well, you have to forgive the part of yourself that does that and that seeks that. She was kind of ugly. You have to forgive that because it's not something that's permanent. It's not something that's fixed. It's just like a cloud or an appearance that comes up. Love you too, Forrest. It's as empty as the opposite of it. It is already. Awareness is already. Just drop the religion of self. Excommunicate yourself from the religion of self, of identity, of ego, and get into the bath of awareness here and now. It's like a Basque axe that cuts through the wood of complicated thinking, cuts through the wood of seeking. Arrived, arrived, at home, at home. You've taken that vacation. You've taken that vacation of complicated thinking. You've taken that vacation of being involved, of being conflicted, of being desiring, of being fearing. Now it's time to come home, to arrive. Arrived, arrived, at home, in the here and in the now, in the ultimate I dwell. But there is no I, just dwelling in awareness, just awareness, just like a supernova, like the ocean, like the rain, like the mountain, like the mist, like being at peace within yourself. But there is no self to be inside of. So doesn't mean we can't meditate together or we can't arm wrestle together or whatever. But it's just that there's not really any separate selves that are together. Okay, I'm going to abandon and renounce and forgive this live stream. Do we have any final questions? Final complaints? The donation box is open if you feel so inspired. Thank you, young Wendy. Um, Outreach growth is very tiresome. So for me to do outreach growth, I have to turn up the dial to 10, just in terms of the YouTube live stream. But it's possible in the future that I could make some videos that people could promote. You know, they could make a donation to promote the video to reach more people. It's possible in the future that I'll do some meditation retreats in different places and then record that and stuff like that. Well, it's not a word, right? So just focus on your breathing and do your homework, and then your questions will be answered. Hey, Abhijit, relax. This is free of charge, big guy. You want to donate? Come over here and give me a big hug and a big kiss. All right? Big Indian hug and kiss. We'll walk hands, we'll hold each other's hands as we walk. People are looking for meaning. I've been vegan as of late. I've been starting to be vegetarian and vegan, and it feels good. It feels a little bit lighter. So maybe a little bit more expensive at the beginning, but then you learn to cook, you learn, how wonderful being vegetarian can be. People are looking for meaning and they don't have access to meaningful activities. So they fixate on excitement. And that's either the excitement of desire and pleasure or the excitement of fear and pain. And of course, we might be drawn to fear and pain, but not for this body and mind, for another body and mind. And that gives us a sense of meaning. People don't know what to do. People live very impractical lives. And so their egos um, just go in weird directions that don't benefit themselves or benefit others. Okay. Creation. No, Buddhism is only going to diminish, and real spirituality is only going to diminish. So that's why I say, get on the choo-choo train while it's a choo-chin. People are always saying, can you give me some advice or some technique to practice with? Or, wow, that sound, that song sounds really pleasant and really nice. What song is that? Just go into awareness. Just go into listening. Be free of yourself. Be free of the want. Be free of the free. So that you can just walk and just breathe and just see and just hear and just take care. Go slow. Relax and go slow. All right. So whatever we've done here today, can bring your hands together with me if you like. Whatever we've done here today, may it be good, may it be beneficial, may it help others, and may it support and facilitate our own deepening of being free. Okay, we can do 3 sadhus together. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, everybody, be good and enjoy being good. And I'll see you again very, very soon.